Well, good morning. Hello, BSS Start. Hello, hello. Ah, okay. Let's get this routine going. Reawaken Games. Hello. Okay. So, as I'm drinking my coffee, let me recap what the state of things is. Yesterday, I re-implemented the main evaluation function for templates. This is the new implementation. This is the old implementation. I kept it around just to have like easy access to all the code in case we needed to take inspiration from something. But I'm extremely happy to report that this new implementation is way more like maintainable and rational. So, and this is all thanks to the ability of this mind-blowing genius idea of looping nodes with the concept of both entering and exiting them, and not just not doing that, not doing entering and exiting. Entering and exiting is a good pattern sometimes. So through the magic of being able to do that, I implemented everything. Yesterday at the end of the stream, it didn't really work because I still had some other things to refactor. It wasn't actually all that much work. There were a couple things that needed to be triaged and fixed. Again, minor things. But yeah, now it works. The problem is, well, I guess I can show what the quote-unquote problem is. The problem is that if I look at my website now looks like this, which is not how it's supposed to look, in case somebody is unsure. But no, this is not how it's supposed to look, because we process templates correctly. Hey there, Teufel. So we process things correctly. Rufus Sandbox. The fuck is that? Twitter Analytics iframe. Oh, that's on me. That's because I embed garbage from Twitter, and so I get garbage in my website. Rufus Analytics. Go fuck yourself, man. Yeah, so yeah, need to get rid of that. Like, fuck Twitter. In any case, point being, we need to. I purposely did not reimplement evaluation of expressions, and we need to reimplement those. And so basically, we're generating the page with the scripts verbatim. And then you might be asking, wait, so then what exactly is it that you're doing? Well, I'm doing correctly template stitching. So the inheritance still gets evaluated, and we are correctly stitching templates together. The head is defined in mostly in base.html, and then the body is defined in index.html for the index page. But everything else, yeah, it doesn't really get evaluated much. I think that we can also see this if I go to blogs / yeah, give me one. Yeah. If you look at template at individual blog posts, they're not that interesting anymore because the markdown never gets rendered because you do render markdown through expressions that need to be evaluated. Okay, so it's just a matter of implementing that. So that's where we're at. That's where we're at. Honestly, I could not be happier. The refactoring was pretty much painless. Everything worked first try, and it's It is so much easier now to make sense of what this thing is doing. Ooh. Now it's just a matter of also making scripts working. So let's go do that. Ah. Okay. So where do we start? I guess the first question is, why are we being given a script VM and a script context? And I think the answer to this question is that we are given these things because, well, I guess because the VM creates those. The VM, I bet you, has some of this stuff laying around. Either, oh, there we go. There's a pointer to a context. Because context gets passed from the outside. Right. So the outside instantiates the context once. And then a pointer gets passed around. So template, the VM, the super HTML VM even has just one pointer to it. It doesn't even own it. What about the VM though? Like, what is the deal with the VM? And by the VM, I mean the script VM. Why is it here? VM.script VM. Wait, what the fuck? Then there's, wait, where's, oh, right. It was right under it. Yeah, there we go. We also have a script VM in here. Why do we have only one script VM? To be fair, we do run one script at a time. But why can it not be local? I'm thinking and having... so the context needs to be passed from the outside. So that's like... That can't change. And that's good. But the script VM... I guess the gain is that if it has a stack that grows, and it does have a stack that grows, you have one instance, you pass it around, the stack can... we can do clear retaining capacity. So that stack survives. And then we do less like memory thrashing in a sense. Yeah, that's, I guess, the main advantage. So script VM was never particularly interesting to me. Although it is interesting to me to know where is it that we reset that VM, because I think we pass it to eval. And then we keep passing it to eval, and eval has to like manage it. Yeah, we set it there. We pass it around. We pass it to activate block as well. And then they have to deal with resetting it. Oh, I'm not sure if a site generator is what we need. What do we need, Frank, then? Another JavaScript framework. It would be more clever to make a JavaScript generator. Wait. Are you talking about a static site generator written in JavaScript, or are we talking about something that ends up generating JavaScript? Although most JavaScript ends up generating JavaScript by default, now that I think about it. Generating JavaScript directly. I see. Yeah, I'm sure that we need a lot more of that. As string parsing in Zig is not cool. It is definitely way much cooler parsing strings in JavaScript. Yeah, for sure. So, okay, so eval gets these things passed in, and that's fine. I guess first thing that we want to do is reset the VM. So is reset actually a thing? I guess it's time to find out if that even is a thing. Yeah, reset is a thing. String retaining capacity, state ready, parser reset. That's beautiful. Also, there is a thing where every erroring out resets the VM automatically. That I have in here. I'm not really sold on that thing, on that idea, but it's not important now. So who cares? Okay. So we have our script TVM. Also, I think we should call this script TVM, not just script. Oops. You know what? CTX, I think, could just say CTX. Hmm. Hmm. Scripty CTX. Yeah, let's call them. Let's call this stuff like this. Let's see. Do you even got a HTML parser in Zig? Yes, I do. I wrote it myself. That supports multiple adoption algorithms and that. Multiple adoption algorithms. You mean like encoding detection? I don't have that. Right now, I only support UTF-8 and HTML5. So it has to be UTF-8 and it has to be HTML5. I'm considering the idea of, I mean, like when to close an HTML tag and when not. You mean in case of malformed handling unclosed tags? Oh, it totally handles unclosed tags. Let me show you. Here's how it handles unclosed tags. I'll put it here. Here's how it handles that. It gives you an error. The tooling that I'm writing is tooling. It's an LSP. By the way, the parser is also an LSP. And this is for writing manually HTML. So, and you got no way that it does not error. Well, the way is that you fix your fucking error. That's how it's supposed to work. This is tooling for editing HTML. So it doesn't implement recovery on purpose. Not only that, but it's also more strict than the HTML spec. For example, certain tags, certain unclosed tags are not even an error, right? Sometimes they are correct HTML. So that's not supported. Like XHTML. No. XHTML supports self-closing tags, for example. I don't support self-closing tags because HTML5 does not support self-closing tags. It's a different flavor of strictness. It's strictness based on the fact that I'm writing developer tooling. So I made the decisions on exactly what to consider an error and to what degree. HTML is designed to render even if it's malformed. Yeah, I don't care. If you use my stuff, you write correct HTML, period. So we reset the VM. Let's use it for something simple now. For example, let's see, where is it that we do handle this stuff? Actually, most of the cases we don't even care do anything with the virtual machine. Here we do though. In CTX we do. Okay, let's start implementing CTX. It's a shame that we are not going to be able to test it right away, but at least we can wire everything in. So, I mean, the arguments are definitely those. The problem is we can't just yeet whatever it evaluated to in there. We need to handle errors first. So what does eval utter handle for us? And the answer is absolutely nothing. Oh man, it handles absolutely nothing for us. Eval CTX, bad CTX value. Hello Temporus, good morning. Work is just starting and it can't be asked. Oh no, that's yeah, it sucks. Wait, are you saying that your work is starting like today? So like you're starting in what? Now? You have a stand up in 20 minutes? Or are you talking about like in a few days from now and you're already dreading that even though it's a few days still? So maybe we should handle errors in here. Oh, right now, this minute. Oh no. Yeah, it's tough. But you know what? Okay, so here's let's try to find a silver lining to this story. Do you at least you didn't have to commute, did you? I don't know. I have to ask, obviously. But if if you didn't have to commute and you could do this remotely, at least there's that. At least you didn't have to waste what 2 hours of no 2 hour, a 2 hour commute. That's brutal. I don't know. 1 hour. 1 hour though. It's super fucking annoying, but it's still realistic. You do work remotely. Okay, that's great. Well, that's great. That's mostly great, right? There's trade-offs there as well, but at least you don't have to waste time in traffic. I remember my last in-person job. No, well, go to the office job. Oh, you're still in your dressing gown. In my last from office job, like the distance from that place to where I live is like 25 minutes by car if there is no traffic. So like not that bad. 25 minutes is doable. But when there is traffic, those 25 minutes turn into 1 hour, 1 hour and a half if it gets really bad. And so once it gets to 1 hour and a half, then that means that you're wasting like 3 hours every day going and coming back. And I remember at some point basically doing this thing where I would get in the office very early, like leave at 6:30, 6:45 from home to get in 25 minutes to the office. So basically start at 7 and change. And with the idea of leaving 3:30 for the kind of basically leaving a little bit earlier, 1 hour, 1 hour and a half earlier than the peak traffic moment also on the way back. And that worked great because it allowed, maybe the return wasn't exactly 25 minutes. When it's super empty early in the morning, you fly to the office, but then returning wouldn't be as fast. Still was reasonable. But then at some point, there was this manager who really wanted you to be there, you know, as long as he was there. And that's when they lost me. 45 minutes to an hour each way for me. I had to use public transport. I see. And you know, at least you didn't have to drive. Like this, the same amount, equal amount of time, but driving is worse, right? Because you have to spend that time concentrated on the road. At least on public transport, you can, I don't know, scroll something. Still, not super fun. 45 minutes to an hour it's a decent chunk of time. Yeah, I also had something like this. Before that last job, the one before that, I was working in a research center at a local university, and it was 45 minutes to an hour to get there by public transport. Still, I would have taken that over the car situation with the other job. Okay, why am I scrolled all the way down here? What happened? What was I trying to copy? Oh, I was probably just looking at some other implementation, blah, 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 and then ended up there for some reason. So eval utter. So this bad boy can return errors. But handling them locally is not bad. So let's look at how some of the others deal with that. I think I can straight up copy this and say, this is the result. Result.value, whatever it is fine. It's just in the case of error. Then we stop here and we complain. We also need an error writer. Where do we put the error writer? Is this a thing? It is a thing. Script attribute name. Oh, the idea is that you don't give me the code span, you give me the entire attribute. Is that what people were giving me here? No, they were still giving the attribute name. Then wait a second. Where does this guy come from then? Oh, it was passed in. So it was, you were given attribute name as a span. That's fine. We can continue doing this. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so script result type mismatch. I mean, this is more like script error. Yeah, a script evaluated to an error. That's it. That's good enough. Let's see, diagnostic value was generated from this sub-expression. Blah, 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 render error. You're dogfooding your static site generator now? Oh, yeah, totally. So I've been using it for my personal blog and some other sites that I made for a while now. But now, I'm in the process of porting the entirety of ziglang.org to it. So now it's time to get to the next level in that sense. Ziglang has some pages that are generated from programmatically from JSON. It's a multilingual website. It has code snippets that need to be tested before and pre-rendered. So yeah. Okay, this seems great. And then we don't return result, but we return result.value. Although, wait, we want to return all of result because we might still not like it. Let me think. Nah, I think that any value that isn't an error should be fine now. Okay, so eval utter gives us an actual value. We place it there. and we're good. Although, yeah, no, I think that's fine. Okay, so this works. Although it's not going to do anything interesting for us. Let's do this other one. Normal elements. Oh, this is going to be more interesting. So for each attribute, we check if it is a special attribute, and we do something else if it's not. So right now, the code is, if it's not a special attribute, so an attribute that implies like logic, what we do is we print the attribute name, and if it has a value, we print also the value. But instead of printing the actual value verbatim, we want to evaluate it first. So we want something like this. Okay, the problem though here is that at this point here, we really need these values to be of a specific type. So we okay, so we can't just get the actual value. We need the full result. Yeah. Okay, so we were already getting the full result. Yeah, we need the full, let's call it result. So here above, then it turns out that this was actually like this. Okay. So here result, we evaluate everything, and oh, also wait, we're not passing in all the arguments. So we need the error writer, and we need the attribute name. Okay. So what do we do with this result? We need to do error handling, maybe? It's almost as if we kind of want eval utter to take as a form of you know what? Maybe we want eval like output utter in a sense, where the previous error message that was complaining about things not being integers or strings, that thing is actually real. Oh, and that's what eval var does. Oh, we have it actually. Yeah, that's eval var. Which is var is not a thing anymore, but okay. So we have eval var. Oh, whoops. Oh, wait. This is how it was. But this one turned into eval var. And we do, so it can either be a string or an integer for now. Well, technically also float would be fine. So these are the three types that we support. Else, unreachable. Let's make eval var also support floats. Although floats people probably, I mean, a float you always want to specify stuff like precision. So maybe float should always be formatted beforehand. Floats should always be formatted. So yeah, let's not try to support floats because it's always going to be disappointing for people. It's just a food gun. No floats. Okay, if it's a string, then we do this. If it's an int, then we do this. Maybe we can call this expression. Okay. So this works. What about special attributes, though? The problem now is that if I don't evaluate special attributes, man, is the thing gonna get mad now at me? You know what? Let's see what happens. It's not gonna be happy, I can tell you. Rightfully so. I mean, even after we fix all the errors. Let's see. No filling spanning union context value. Template 405. Yeah, let's see what the errors are. Script result type mismatch. Wait, what? Were you trying to evaluate name? Oh. We kind of need to check also if the thing is a script or not. We're trying to evaluate description and understandably says, well, that's not a script expression. Yeah, it's not. There, it is indeed not. So we're looking at the attribute. If it's not a special attribute, we print the name. And then we look at the expression. But let's see, how do we unify this? How do we unify this? I guess what we could say is if expression doesn't start with a $sign, then we take it verbatim and we print it like this. So we could short circuit something, but if we short circuit stuff, then we need to do this stuff beforehand, which we could definitely do. Probably not a bad idea, actually, to move this cursor update right after the barrier. That's not bad. So that means that we're left with just a printing job. So yeah, here we can say, well, if expert, std mem starts with if the thing doesn't start with a $sign, let's print it verbatim and call it a day. something like this, then continue. Okay, so we want to print also expression has a span, and so this needs a few more things. Expert.span.slice tpl.source. We're kind of strapped for horizontal space at this point. And also, we actually need this as a variable at this point. Let's call it source. Oh, do we gain the ability to go back here? Oh, let's go. This might even contain the quotes. No, it doesn't. It doesn't contain quotes. Okay. This code is too simplistic, but you know what? It's fine for now, I guess. Okay. So these short circuits, and we're good. Okay, let's see what happens now that we stop trying to evaluate stuff that isn't a script. Let's see. Page.custom.get failed. Get on a non-map dynamic value. Get on a non-map dynamic value. Oh yeah, because this is inside of an if that checks if this field exists first, and then tries to get it, demanding for it to exist. That's what the exclamation mark does. But since we are not evaluating the if, we are entering in here even if the if fails. So that's why we're having this evaluation error. But that's good. Like we're doing well actually. So some pages. Oh my god, 16 things succeeded. Although I don't think that any of those is a page. Yeah, index failed. All the other guys failed. Okay, we're making progress though. Let's deal with the special attributes. Okay, so an if was found. What do we do? So I would say that in all cases here, it doesn't matter which special attribute it is. But I guess what we want to do is make sure to move the print cursor right past it, because we never want to print special attributes. They never end up in the final thing. So let's do that like unconditionally. Before we're about to enter whatever specific special attributes we're dealing with, let's keep it. So TPL. Hey, Matthew. Yeah. Monday morning. Welcome. Are you entering the office? You know what? This is the office. This is the ZSF office right now. So grab a coffee, pull up a chair. My office is currently the sofa. Let's go. You got a cup of tea? I've been porting a set of unit tests from someone's Ruby thing to Zig build system, and it's very fun to see 900 plus steps succeed. For now, it's easier to just test the executable instead of writing Zig tests. Okay. So print cursor. Print cursor wants to go. So do we have any value extraction for now? Let's see. No, we recognize that it's a special attribute, but value extraction hasn't happened yet. So we definitely want to do this. That's kind of what we want. We want this with the difference that actually in our case, the value is always present for special attributes. So this should be like this. And yeah, and the print cursor should also assert. Yo, Befriendle, hello. Good morning. Coffee for you? Yeah, coffee. You know what I started doing? Man, I have to admit this. How can I say? I guess I have to come clean. Now that it's hot and I'm alone in my apartment because my girlfriend went to visit her parents, and I'm like progressively getting more lazy doing anything that isn't sitting in front of a computer and program stuff. I started making myself cups of cold water with instant coffee in it and a little bit of sugar. Actually, not even sugar, just a sweetener. So basically, every time I make myself a cup of coffee, it's actually instant coffee diluted in cold water. In my defense, I have one of these things. I don't know, what do you call it? Metal shaker? I have one of these things. Not exactly. Actually, now I'm curious to see some designs. But in any case, I have one of these things that I use to shake the coffee. So, like, it's not stirred. It's shaken, just like James Bond likes it. Well, I guess the point is that shaking it actually, it's fast and it's effective at really making the instant coffee distribute. Yeah, it's a bit of a sad coffee, I agree. But you know what? The thing is that it's instant to make, truly instant, and it's cold. And for summer, it's nice. Like, I have this big cup and it's cold, and when it's hot outside, it's like I chug it and it's nice. Okay, we need to implement if statements. You know the what? Maybe I should make myself another cup of coffee. Why shouldn't I, after all? When I have coffee, it's about 50% milk, some syrup, and almost non-coffee. Why? Why do you hate coffee, Matthew? Yo, in case you're not aware, we talked about it in the past in, I think, plenty of places, especially me and Jacob. But in case you're not aware, there's a piece of serious British engineering. So you can get this beauty and not have to pay import taxes. Well, to be fair, I didn't have to pay import taxes either because, you know, when I bought it, there were no import taxes between Europe and the far land of the United Kingdom. But since you do live there, you still don't have to pay import taxes. And this thing is really smart. Basically, it's like a mocha pot, except it makes espresso. And the way it does it's because, well, it's engineered in a smart way. I don't know if I've just never loved the taste of coffee. I see. Please link to this website. 9 Barista. Write 9 and then Barista. It's expensive, but man, is it delicious. Holy shit. I think it went up in price. Or are they like including import taxes as well in here? Nomadic travel bag? What? They didn't have all this stuff. Wait. dosing funnel. I'm curious to see what the cups look like. They now have some more funny stuff that they didn't have in the past. Coffee gear. Oh, the 9 barista cup. I see. 340 millimeters travel coffee cup. Oh, they have a scale also. Fully descaler espresso. So I highly recommend it. The reason why magnetic dosing funnel, that's sexy. Stickers. Okay. Hey, Rackonaut. Yeah, I basically made an enum that wants to have one of the cases be if, but if is also a keyword in Zig. And in Zig, when you want to create identifiers that collide with keywords, you just use the syntax to escape them. So you can have your identifiers be whatever they want. And you don't have to avoid identifiers that happen to collide with keywords. Yeah, sorry, I have the superpower of speaking. Okay, so I think I'm gonna make myself a cup of coffee. All this coffee talk has made me crave even more coffee. So the reason why I think the 9 barista is genius is and worth the money. Well, the new price, I don't know. My internal money clock hasn't really calibrated on the new price, but I understand it as expensive, and even though it is an expensive item, I think it's worth it. And the reason is that, well, first of all, it makes pretty good coffee. You have to fiddle with it. Like, this is the type, when you get this type of machine, you're entering the realm of you can't just mindlessly slap things together and expect to get good coffee. You need to get a coffee grinder, which guess what? Guess what's one characteristic of coffee grinders? They're also expensive. Comandante, 360 euros. Kinu, 245. That's kind of the price range that you have to be in when you get a coffee grinder. And then not all coffee grinders will be, not all coffee beans will be equally good for your machine. So you can buy cheaper coffee grinders. Yeah, but then that's a dangerous game that you start playing, because you really risk not being able to capitalize on your investment. I would say either you're prepared to buy a good coffee grinder, one of these two. By the way, these are two great choices. So either you're willing to buy one of these two, or plus the coffee machine, or you shouldn't do it. You should wait. So, but if you spend the time to, if you spend the money and then spend the time to think about your coffee, holy shit, this is the coffee that this thing makes good. And once you're dialed in, then at that point you can stop thinking. Once you have dialed in the process, then you're good to go. You don't have to stress anymore. And the last reason why I think this is great is because it's insanely repairable. Every single part of it. Shop spare parts. Every single fucking part of it can be rebought. You break something, you can rebuy it. The plastics run out. Not run out, wear out. And you don't care, because the moment you need that thing again, you can rebuy it. There's also the overheat repair kit. That happened to me once. I left the machine on a turned on stove by mistake, and after a while, there's this safety valve. The safety valve has a tiny hole. This goes in. It is like attached to the chamber, and it has a tiny hole of I don't know what you guys call that kind of metal. In any case, it has a part of it. It's a metal that has a lower melting point than other normal metal. It's like the same thing that you use for soldering, I believe. Or at least roughly. I believe there's also like weird mixtures of that thing. So in any case, it's one of those things. And so the reason why the thing is there is so that if heat rises past a certain point, which also means the pressure is getting past a certain point, because there's no water to consume the heat and pump it out in the normal coffee making process. So to avoid the chamber fucking exploding, this thing basically the tiny hole with that metal melts, and the excess air, well, the pressure then normalizes, and everybody's fine. But then the coffee machine doesn't work anymore because you need to replace that safety valve. So I did it. I bought one of these kits. And also when you do something like this, usually you burn some of the plastics. So you just buy this kit and you're good to go. You haven't ruined anything. And again, anything else wears out, you can just replace it. And this is beautiful because it means that you're buying something that can do work, and that you can maintain over time. Like it feels so good. Imagine instead of how you feel when you scratch your fucking iPhone. You scratched it, good fucking luck. You know when you're gonna get a chance to, well, either it's like something bad enough that you can bring it and hopefully you're still under warranty and you can have Apple replace stuff under warranty. But unless you got if you haven't gotten the warranty, or or it has expired, then you're fucked. No repairability pretty much in your stuff. This is perfectly repairable in my opinion. So good Norwegian instant coffee. Wait, I'm just making a coffee right now. How fitting. Yeah, man, coffee is great. Thank you for the resub, by the way, Dollar. Thank you very much. Okay, let me go get coffee and then we can continue. We stop gushing over coffee machines and we continue programming. I'll be right back. Let's go. Good Norwegian instant coffee. You know what? I'm doing instant coffee as well because I make it cold. Let's see. I bought the Fairphone for the same reason. I was just fucked with 10 years latency. I'm at the point where I would need to replace some parts, but they don't have parts for the Fairphone 3 anymore. Oh no. Let's see. Which software Loris is using for Linux emulation on his Mac? I'm using VMware Fusion. But I believe that Parallels should work equally as well, because I'm using Michio Hashimoto's NixOS configuration stuff. And at some point, he added support for Parallels. Now, I don't remember. I guess that's because he switched to Parallels at some point. And I don't know if he's now still on Parallels or if he like went back or just tried it or what. Yeah, sorry. I went to make myself some coffee. UTM? I don't know what it is. Is that a VM software? Oh, virtual machines for Mac. In addition, lower performance emulation is available to run x86-64 on Apple Silicon as well as ARM64 on Intel. Nice. Is this free or is this a paid application? Oh, it's free and open source. Interesting. Cool. Yeah, well, so I don't remember, do I have GPU acceleration enabled right now? So one big thing about this setup is having the VM be a GUI VM. That is, I believe, a kind of a good thing that you want to have. Also, this is a very old instance of work. Missing field again. Oh god damn it. But let me check the GPU stuff. Yeah, I do have GPU acceleration enabled. So it is not only perfectly usable, more than perfectly usable, even without GPU acceleration. But it's probably not a bad thing to have. Okay. If let's evaluate ifs. So the logic is we evaluate the if, and if the if doesn't have a if the if doesn't have a if the if evaluates to something false, then we skip the body. We don't even evaluate it. Hey Scott. Yes. Wait. Did you personalize your name, or is this yet another account? Because I think that last time I saw you, the S and the R were not capitalized. But yeah, I'm streaming early. Wait, that's not early for you, right? That's very late for you. Or maybe not very, but it is late. Let me think. Midnight? No, that's 1 a.m. for you right now. Or have you decided to become European? Have you decided to join us in Europe? You know what's? I had this funny discussion. I don't remember when and with whom even, but there was this funny discussion where, you know, about this meme where there was making the rounds, I think, on Twitter, where about people thinking about the Roman Empire that many times per day. I don't know. I can't relate to it at all because I pretty much never think about the Roman Empire, and I'm actually mildly suspicious of people who do think of the Roman Empire too often. But I did end up in a discussion of that kind, and the discussion was something along the lines of that probably back when Greece and the Roman Empire were a thing. Well, I mean, Greece is still a thing, but you get what I mean. In a sense, probably it was in some ways kind of like Europe and the United States is right now. Europe being the modern, the equivalent of Greece, and the United States being the modern equivalent of the Roman Empire. Something to think about. Probably not a mind-blowingly hot take, but probably other people have thought the same thought already plenty of times. But still, that was a mildly amusing thought, which also kind of put into perspective what the Roman Empire probably would have looked like to somebody who would live in like Athens or in a big Greek city. And like they would be figuratively be watching like YouTube shorts of all the weird shit going on in the Roman Empire, and it's like, oh my god, what are these people doing? Are they all insane? Which is occasionally what you kind of end up thinking when you see, I don't know, shorts of weird shit going on in the United States. Oh, I want to try the Zig Fuzzer, which is only available on Linux at the moment. Yeah. Wait, is it only on Linux? Are you sure that it is only on Linux? Because if it's only on Linux, then I mean, the work to make it work on macOS shouldn't be all that much, to be honest. I'm actually surprised if it's only working on Linux. Like the incremental compilation stuff is only on Linux, but I'm not sure that the fuzzer stuff is like this, because most of the fuzzing stuff is architecture agnostic. There's only, I believe, some stuff that needs to happen in the linker. But since that already happens on Linux, I'm surprised if it doesn't work on macOS. Okay, you don't have an issue number. Okay. Then if you have an issue number, you know for sure what's going on. I'll check it out. Let's see. Oh, it's a web server thing. What? Okay, and then the debug info. So it's not exactly linker stuff, but okay. Panic attempt to use null value, coverage ID, question mark, add entry point. WS is WebSocket. No, web server, probably. Huh. Yeah, the upper part seems straightforward. The lower part seems to require more insider knowledge. Interesting. I would suggest some of trying out fuzzing with AFL in the meantime, but I think I'm not sure if I left it in a good state in the repo. So with the huge caveat that I don't remember if I left it in a good state. No, not this one. But there's Zig AFL Kit that allows you to use AFL++, and it works on, it should work on Mac, Linux, x86, ARM, should work on all platforms, but it requires, it has dependencies. And I don't think I removed yet the LLVM dependency from it. So with the caveat that I don't remember how far I got it, I pushed it because I believe that probably with the... Oh, no, now I remember. So the current incarnation requires you to have a build of LLVM, but with the newest stuff merged into Zig as part of the fuzzing supported Andrew added, there's a way of not needing LLVM anymore because we can now build the instrumented executable ourselves from Zig, but it's in unstable Zig, and probably it's still affected by the same problem, at least the part of the same problem that you've seen in that issue. So this should work. It just has still a requirement on LLVM, an unfortunate requirement on dependency on LLVM. So yeah. So if you want to try some fuzzing, in the meantime, you can try Zig AFL Kit. But this is not yet at its final stage. I need to improve it to be... Basically, what I want to have this thing do at the end of the day is allow you to use AFL++ if you want to use AFL++ specifically, but then do as much as possible natively through Zig. You just end up using AFL for the actual fuzzing algorithms that are in there, slash interface, slash maybe other tooling that expects you to be using AFL++, for example. So, yeah. Today, well, yesterday, I spent probably an hour or two trying to figure out why std.project wasn't connecting from a run step into the build system properly. Turns out the answer was in the documentation for the enum of runs options stdio. Rabbit holding because of std.progress. Oh, no, RIP. Oh, nice. So you end up using the newest thing. Nice. Okay. Let me take a quick potty break. Apparently, when you drink coffee, then you have to return it back. Apparently, it's a lease. Liquids are a lease. I didn't expect that. I thought I was buying liquids. Turns out, no, you're always renting, and then you have to return them after a while. So let me return some liquids to the universe, to the planet, and then we do ifs. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's go with statements. So let's evaluate the expression first. Evaluate first, ask questions later. I guess that's the approach. So we want to do eval something. In our case, eval if. And eval if wants either bools or optionals. Yeah. And it gives us what back? Yeah, the value. Okay. So we get the value back, and then we need to think. If it's a Boolean, we need to short circuit evaluation, well, looping, walking of nodes. If it's false, otherwise we do nothing. There's nothing to do for us. If it's optional, it's more complicated. So I guess switch value, else unreachable, bool. So for bool, I guess we can do it like this. If not B, if it's Boolean and it's negative, then we can say that we want to skip children of the current node, which is a thing that I deleted. So what we want to do instead is set the cursor to the current node, but in exit mode, and not do any next thing afterwards. So self tpl.cursor.current.direction equals .exit. We immediately exit the current thing. There's some printing that we need to do though. That's fine because printing attributes is taken care by this. I think I see the problem now. The problem is if I want to allow ifs and loops to be on the same line, it's a problem. Yeah, okay. I'm starting to think that really ifs and loops should be mutually exclusive again. Okay. If it's an optional, so if it's an optional, it's present, it's a value, else. There we go. So if it's an optional and it is, let's say that it is missing, kind of want to do the same thing. All we do is cursor direction is exit, and then we continue evaluating everything else. Then let's see. If there's a value, now this is complicated because now it means that we need to push the array of if attributes. So I guess we want to append to the end, and then we loop them backwards. Yeah. Okay. So TPL dot what did they call this thing? Ifs? If stack, loop stack. Okay. If stack append. Oh, is that tpl.arena? That's all we have, huh? Okay. So what's an if frame? Node index and value. And oh, I actually made those values. Is it a value inside of a optional? It's not exactly a value inside of an optional. What is inside of an optional? Zine knows the answer. Context. What's inside an optional? Oh god, it's one of those guys. That's cringe. We have to call value from. Okay. This is mostly it for the if logic. Then for the loop logic, oh, that one is going to be more interesting. I'm going to copy this just as a starting point, but let's see. Loop. So for loops, we want to eval loop. And it has to evaluate an iterator. That kind of means that we don't want things to evaluate to an iterator, maybe somewhere else. I guess we'll see. In any case, we evaluate the loop. Loop has to evaluate to an iterator, so there's no this much confusion here, but there is stuff to do. So first of all, we need to push the current iterator in the list of iterators. And I'm thinking that this if stack should be maybe iterator stack because it's iterators, it's not loop variables. Maybe that's confusing. Nah. Also, these are all tries. Okay, so what are we doing here? This returns the iterator directly, right? Oh, come on. This returns, yeah, this returns the iterator even. Okay. Yeah, and what is the current value? Basically, I guess we want to initialize current value with the first iterator loop, maybe. Actually, the current should be optional, I think. It has to be optional because there literally might be nothing in there. So let's make it an optional value. Iterator is also value. No, that's a value dot iterator. Now, how do you get something out of an iterator? How are we doing this? Loop iter cursor copy. Jesus Christ. Loop new. What's new? Iter elem. Oh, we were doing this? Where were we setting the rest of new? Hello? That's scary. I guess the question is, what's in a loop iterator? That's the first question, because that is what will contain the good stuff that we can do. Iterator, what's in there? Since a union can be multiple things, okay, so we can call next on it. And next gives us an optional. Oh, so we don't have to make it an optional value necessarily. We can use optional as an actual type. And then gives us an iterator element that has all these things in it already set. That is delicious. Okay. So I guess we can say that up here, current is an optional. Oh, come on. What are you... what test suite are you porting from Ruby to Zig, the Teufel? Oh, fuck. This is... this is changing the state of the goddamn iterator. So that means that if we want to copy it there, then we are going to mutate it. So, I guess we want to add one. So we add one, no second parameter, match around argument, take it out. Okay, so we add one to the loop stack. We set it to this stuff, and then we do loop frame. Actually, no, we don't set this. Okay, we call next on his iterator. And then there was some extra things that were being set down here. Up EDX, up TPL. Unit test for implementation of a simple programming language called Night. Okay. Up TPL, TPL, up IDX, IDX. Up IDX. Is this where we are or where we want to be? I think it's where we want to be. So this should be TPL dot loop stack dot len -1. Okay, you know what? Let's widen this stuff a little bit. Okay, so let's revisit what we're doing. We're evaluating the loop. We are adding a new frame to make space for this loop. We are we're setting it to something. We're setting the current. We're initializing current, setting extra metadata on it as well as needed. Hopefully that's good enough. We'll have to change. There's the loop up callback that needs to be fixed. But in any case, yeah, so we do these things. And so this allows us to evaluate a loop attribute. The problem is that now we have to remember that as we're exiting this node, we're not really exiting it for real if it's in a loop. We need to re-enter it multiple times in its body. And we need to move forward the looping when that happens. So it would be beneficial if we knew that the current node has a loop attribute in it. But that's actually not a problem, because that is not a problem indeed, because all we have to do is to see if the topmost loop frame has our node ID as we exit. Yeah, man, exiting is going to be a bloodbath after a loop. Also, we need to make like a decision here already if we want to continue or not, because if the loop has no elements in it, it's kind of like a false if. So here's what we should do. Also, wait a second. Up IDX and up TPL, we're not really part of current. Are they part of current or are they not? Oh, I think they are. Oh yeah, they totally are. But you don't know if there's an ether element, right? Next returns an optional. And it can return null. Oh, wait, this thing returns an optional and null? So we have iterator, iter element, and iter value. God fucking damn it, man. I'm confused why this is this has to be an optional. What is the point of making this an optional? If it's already a Zig optional. I think this should be just a value. Watch me break all the fucking metaprogramming everywhere all at once. Oh, I think I understand maybe because the iteration element. Okay, you know what? I'm not gonna touch this now. But yeah, here we have to make a decision, like, because we don't know if next returns what we want it to return. So here's what we need to do. So next is these, or else something happens. What happens if there is no element to loop? We skip the body. That's what we do. We skip the body. And we continue. It's an early exit. Yeah. That's nice. Okay. Otherwise, we do put something there. I'm not even sure that making that thing yeah, making that thing optional, I think, is kind of useless. In any case, so we set it. If everything is fine, then we continue normally. That's fine. Yeah, now it's on exit. What do we do on exit? Jesus Christ. So grab the current element and we say, if it's not void, we bring the close tag, right? This is a check if the thing is void or not. But before we can get there, there's another question that we need to ask ourselves. Oops. I'm going off. The other question that we need to ask is, are we looping? Are we groundhogging? Groundhog daying or something? So if I wish we had like a last method on array lists. We have? Are you serious? Get last or null? No, you're joking. Holy shit, it's real. Get last or null. Fuck. I think I probably have a bunch of code that would definitely be improved with this tiny abstraction. Yeah, it's just useful to have. God fucking damn it. I've written this stuff manually so many times. Fuck, that's great. Let's go. Zig moment. So if there's last, I'm going to call it ether. So if ether.node idx is ev.idx. So whoops, we are a node that loops. Then we are a node that loops. The question is there a next for this loop? It's kind of like this code. So, well, maybe not exactly. So next is iter. Oh, right. This is not an iter. This is a frame, loop frame. Okay, so loop frame next. And if there is something, we do something. Otherwise, what happens if we do nothing? Actually, if we do nothing, we kind of want to break from this if and continue our normal execution. Or maybe we swap this. Maybe we make this entire thing an or else. We try to find the last loop. And if we don't find it, no, because even if we find it, then we want to do the same thing if we found it, but we don't match. So no, brk block here. And we say, look, if it's not found, we break, and that's the end of it. And we don't even need these things. Oh, you know what? I'll keep them for indentation. Okay, so the next thing. Or you know what? This is kind of also the reason why I'm doing this break thing. It's kind of begging maybe to turn this into another if. Can we afford another level of indentation? Another level of indentation or flattening with short circuiting? I'll go with flatter with short circuiting. So we have a next. We need to set it up in a sense. Oh, also we want loop or frame to be a pointer, I guess. This calls get last. Get last gives you. No, this is not giving us a pointer. No. This is copying it. So close to perfection. So close. Oh, wait, we don't just want to break though. We also want to pop. Okay, so we move the iterator forward. We set everything up, and then we need to... So we can't be re-entering this node. We need to go to the first child of this node. We need to go to the first child of this node. By the way, this is also kind of making me think that we should maybe even make it a compile error to have a loop attribute, but then an empty body. A loop attribute with an empty body shouldn't be a thing. Oh, but you could have var. No, wait, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Also, you cannot mix loop and var, can you? No, you can't. Yeah, you cannot mix loop and var. Oh, fuck. You know what? I think I'm allowing people to mix loop and var. And that's a very bad idea. So let's see. We want current node. So we want tpl.cursor.cur to be node is ev.node.child. Can we do this? We should be able to. Which is kind of okay. This is basically what we do when you create a new cursor. Except that the start IDX is going to change. We don't want to change the start IDX. So we kind of want to, it's kind of like move to. Let's implement move to. No, it's actually in here, AST. Init, current, next. Let's do move to. Move. It's basically init, except we only said cur. Wait, we don't even need the AST. We need C. There you go. Nice abstraction. No, wait a second. This is not as simple as that. Because actually, there could be no children, as in, there might be no scripted children below this loop. Sure, it needs to have some HTML content, but it could be that we don't depend on the loop variable. Like we need to loop on something, but maybe we loop on something just to, I don't know, copy paste something. So it could be possible. Okay, so maybe, yeah, maybe we do need to deal with the case where there is no first child for real. Again, there might be HTML nodes in there, but these are nodes in the current lingo that we're using. Nodes are only scripted nodes. So I guess we could say. We could say that if there are no children, then what do we do? I guess we kind of want to copy paste basically the body multiple times. Although the evaluation maybe would require us to actually loop, so we cannot skip the work of evaluating the next element. We should have scripty do the evaluation work, even if we don't really depend on it. There might be some side effects that happen through the evaluation that we shouldn't sidestep. Seems kind of stupid, but yeah, probably we want to do that. So I guess this has to become an if necessarily. Let's see. What is the state of Zine at the moment? How far are you from 1.0? The current state of Zine is that it is very functional. We are able to port pretty much all of ziglang.org to it. I am now polishing the evaluation model because there was a somewhat convoluted piece of code for rendering the downloads page of the Ziglang website, because the downloads page is generated off of a JSON file. And we can do almost all of it. There was just a CSS styling thing that was annoying, very annoying to express. And I didn't want to use a workaround. I could have totally have used workarounds and it would have worked, but I don't want to do that. So I'm actually doing the work of of making the evaluation thing more fancy because of that. And with this is going to be the last big update to Zine that's going to come in a while. So Zine is right now basically the experience that you get from using it after I push this thing is going to be representative of the final product. There is still some polishing, a good amount of polishing to do, like better error messages. Most error messages are decent, not perfect, but decent. There are some to-dos that are still here and there. And that's part of what I mean by doing more polishing. So I would say that after I push this out, if you're interested in seeing what it is, what does it mean to use Zine, you can totally do it. Actually, you can totally do it already. It's mostly there, even without this last piece of work. But with this last piece of work, you will have, like, I think, pretty much the full picture. After that, there is a bunch of polishing to do, probably a bunch of APIs that need to be, renamed, massaged, that kind of stuff. And then the last big thing that I plan for Zine to do is, right now this is all multi-processing, so rendering every page is a separate process, and I want to turn this into one multi-threaded executable so that you can basically reutilize the code for rendering pages. Well, not the code, but like the work for rendering pages. The problem right now is that whenever you reference another page from a page, you have to analyze the other page. But then if every page is rendered separately in separate processes, then whenever different pages reference the same one, which happens a lot, it can easily happen a lot, like in templates, basically the same page ends up being reanalyzed 10 different times. So if instead if instead these things could share memory, then they wouldn't have to do that so many times. So because of that, I'm thinking of moving into a single executable multi-threaded model. But that is going to be down the line, and it's going to ideally improve performance. But even then, performance is already pretty good. So even as we are, it is pretty decent. So we're pretty much there. As for 1.0, I don't know. 1.0 means I'm not going to touch APIs anymore, and I don't know if I'm going to do that that soon. I want to leave the door open for a while more. Let's see. Hey, Dominique. Just wanted to thank you for all the work. You're welcome. It's ready for a personal blog. Yeah, for sure. 100%. The only thing missing right now is documentation for the latest stuff that I added, or the stuff that I haven't added yet. So I would say wait for me to merge these. If you want the smoothest ride, wait for me to merge this alongside new docs for the latest changes. But you know what? If it's not overly complicated as a personal website, like if all you have is like a list of blog posts, actually you're already pretty much good to go. Okay, so there is no first child. So then what do we do? What we want to do is call next and then return here again. No, actually, don't call next again. We return here. That's what I meant to say. So oh, that's interesting. So in the current model, we need to manually move to the next element. And I guess we don't want to do that. Yeah, we want to do that. Yeah, because here we are in entering. We move to exit. So actually here I was wrong, because here we don't just do this, but we also move next forward. Oh no, but we don't do move next forward here. We do it here. Okay. So while here instead, we want to move here. And so we want to continue. I guess we want to continue either way. So we don't move anything anywhere. The cursor stays where it is. We don't move it forward. All we do is print. And this is going to be interesting because we are not managing the print cursor right now, and instead we need to manage the print cursor. So, loop frame. This is all well and good, but we also need to, while we do move the cursor back, and that's fine, we also want to move the print cursor. We want to print any remaining stuff up until the start of the closing tag. And then we want to move the print cursor back. Holy shit. Okay. Let's copy some of that code. Gimme. Oof. Okay. And actually, we want to do this either way, right? But in one case, we want to move the print cursor. Yeah. Okay. So we have to put this here. So what is end? End is going to be EV. We need LM. So I guess we put LM here after all. Okay, we want to say that the end is going to be lm.close.start. The start of the closing tag. We print from wherever we are up to there, but we don't set the print cursor to anything else for now. If let me think. Should this happen? I'm starting to feel that this print up until the end thing should also... Oh, that's what happens here already, right? Also, yeah, this is the normal case. Right, well, this is the looping case. Okay, so the looping case does most of the same stuff. Most of the same stuff. This is not up to outer, this is up to tag. Up to close tag. So we print up to the close tag. If there is a child, we want to move the print cursor to the start of the body. And technically, that's also what we want to do in the other case. So never mind. It is the same thing for these guys. So print cursor then moves to lm.open.end. I think this is it. I know that I fucked up the logic a little bit, and I know that I'm going to get horribly disfigured results, but we're not far from the solution, probably, even accounting for bugs. So, yeah. Okay, let's recap. We're about to exit a node. The question is, do we have, are we looping? If the answer is no, we're not looping, because either there is no loop frame at all, or if there is one, it's not us, then if that's the case, then we go here and we say, okay, do we need to print the end tag? If is this an element with a body? So if this is an element with a body, we print whatever remains of the body to print, if there's any, and then we print also the closing tag up to the end. So Yes, that is correct. And then we move everything forward. We go to the next element. Great. If instead we are looping, then we say, okay, do we have a next? If we don't have a next, if there is no next loop, then we do this. Same thing. We return here, and the answer is yes, that's correct. There is nothing else to do. No, this is not correct. Ooh. If there is no next, let me think. No, that's actually correct. Yeah, there is no next. It's because we printed the last loop. And so now, yeah, we can do this. What happens here instead, if there is no next, cursor direction is exit. I think I need to move also the print cursor though in here. Do I not? Print cursor here says at the open. I always set the print cursor at the open. I'm not accounting for empty loops correctly here because here I'm setting the print cursor to open. This should be set to null because we're actually not setting it always. We're only setting it if next is set to something. So it should start at null. So that means that we arrive in here where even current is set to null. So you know what? I'm thinking that I'm doing this wrong. I should first ask if there is a next for the body of this thing. There is no point in pushing a loop frame if it's already empty. Yeah, let's go do that. Okay. I think this is a better structure. So now the question is, what do we do if it's empty? If it's empty, we're not pushing a new frame to it. We kind of would like to say that we don't want to... we don't want to set the print cursor to open end. In that case, where do we want to put it? It's a shame because we kind of want to do this always, except in this one case. So I guess we can put some kind of boolean that says, look, there's an empty loop in here, so we gonna want to escape. But also I feel like we have the same problem with if. Because if moves the cursor to the exit, yes, but this is not managing the end cursor, and this guy has the same exact need. Here's what we do. The final print cursor by default, well, the final position for the print cursor by default is where the element ends. Well, where the open tag ends, but if there is an if, then final print cursor is lm dot close dot start. Same if it's an empty optional, and same if it's an empty loop. And at that point, the code here will print correctly. Nice. I feel like we're doing everything as we should. Well, minus certain things. 437. Boolean, missing optional, empty loop. Accepted the arguments, found one in from. There you go. Member function expected one argument, found 0. Loop iterator dot next. Oh, what does it want? Nothing name up IDX in value optional. Oh, we also needed to unwrap that shit? God damn it, man. Yeah, that's busted. Why was I using these? Yeah, I'm changing that. Give me a sec. I'll be right back, and then I'm gonna continue. BRB. Okay, I'm back. No, what happened to my music? Oh, it was just a moment of silence in the music. Okay. So. Mm-mm-mm. So loops are good. Ifs are good. Print cursor management seems good. Yeah. Print management seems good. So what do we do next? Guess we try to make this build, huh? Right, the next problem is that there is no up IDX inside an optional. So as I was saying, we're turning this optional into an actual ether elem. Can we do that though? What's an ether element? Is that like weirdly generic or something? No. Oh my god. Like, what is this thing? And now I'm curious to understand what else have I broken by doing this. Hello, may I ask how to use comp time? That is a tough question because it's very generic and I'm not sure how to answer. If you wanted to wrap your head around comp time, and you really didn't know where to start, my suggestion would be this: go to ziglang.org, go to the learn section, scroll till you see Ziglings. My internet is low for some reason. Are we doing good with the stream? Yeah, seems that we're doing fine with the stream. In any case, try out Ziglings. So Ziglings is also, this is a Codeberg website. So you know what? I'll also send the link after I'm done with the explanation. But like, you try Ziglings. Ziglings has a bunch of Zig exercises that you can try out. Every exercise has like, it's slightly wrong. It needs to be made slightly different. But the comment tells you what it is that you need to do to fix it. So you keep doing it. And guess what? There's going to be a section about comp time that will explain to you how comp time works. So the interesting part, like the point is that to learn how to use comp time, it's not just strictly comp time that you care about, but also more in general, it's the general context around this stuff. So my recommendation is do Ziglings. Okay. Somehow I feel like I'm gonna regret this terribly. But for now, let's do it like this. Okay, what happens if I do that? No field name len. That is indeed true. It's .items.len, and we might be doing this also somewhere else. This is an exit. This is there. On view size. Oh, God. Can I put a comma in there? Oh, yeah. Comma time. Eh. Exclude the type optional font context editor element. Yes. Where am I even expecting optional? 470. Oh, well. Just a value. Okay. That's great. So it seems that we're working, at least at a superficial level. We're missing ifs. Basically, the problem is that we're trying to look at if, but it's a nil value because we haven't set it. So we need to do the work to set if and loop correctly now. That's awesome. That is awesome indeed. Also, I'm surprised that I'm not doing anything here with ifs. Where am I attempting to push on if stuff? Oh, here. So one node, we want value. That's kind of it. Ooh, wait. Maybe I know what I wanted an optional originally. What's in an optional? It's just a naked union. Okay, never mind. Huh. Okay, let's re-implement the code that sets this stuff up. So here we are pushing the current state of optional and loops, and etc. An app index is not even necessary. We do need a pointer to the template. Like once we have a pointer to the template, we don't need to do much. Hmm. Let's go to set context. So let's look at one of these eval functions. Set context. So loop, it's basically get last. Do we do that? Do we do that by pointer? Also, we want the element. We cannot, so we don't pass around the iterator itself. We pass around the iteration element. So that's what we want to set. So the element needs to have a knowledge of, I guess, its offset. And that is up IDX. Yes. Okay, so this is going to be tpl.loop stack items len. If it's 0, loop is null. Otherwise, we grab it. We can do get last or null. We can totally do get last or null in this case. This seems convoluted, man. We can just do it like this. Whatever. Okay, fine. Let's do the fancy shit. Oh, but it's a value. So it also needs this wrapping. Huh. Huh. If, huh? I guess it's kind of the same thing. Something along those lines. CX doesn't exist anymore. So this is how we set them. This code is probably wrong. Let's see what if stack has. What's in an if frame? Node IDX and value. Not IDX and value. Ooh, also we can do field parent pointer shenanigans in here if we pass this stuff by pointer. Yeah. Okay, this as a first pass should be good enough, I think. Let's see. Accept the type. Optional, found context value. Oh, son of wrapping. Okay. Right, now we have inline loop that doesn't work. So that's fair. Holy shit, most pages have built successfully. Most pages have built successfully. So what's failing is the RSS. And then we have an integer overflow. Oh, that is indeed delicious. Let's take a look at the integer overflow. 464. Loop. Yeah, well, basically what this is saying is, yeah, up IDX, we don't want to do -1, do we? Because we have yet to append. That's the thing. Since we have yet to append, then it's len. That's another perk of appending late. Here we have to do -1, I think. Well, actually, wait a second. Up IDX is actually the same thing. This is actually the same thing. We actually don't need to reset these things. We only care about what? Other properties. We care about the iteration variable, the index. Len shouldn't really change. It's actually wrong, the fact that we change, that we set len this way. Okay. How do we do this? I guess we save the old app and TPL and we replace them back? Or we only set... or we only set the other properties? There's a few, man. We probably just want to restore these guys. Maybe. Technically, whenever you're calling next, you should be aware of these two values. So you should be able to pass them in. Just like you always have an allocator. I wonder who's calling this function. Let's do this. No more default values. And you have to pass them in. IDXTPL. Well, they're actually fixed per frame technically. So wait a second. The iterator should have this stuff inside of it. Why do we not put these things inside the iterator? It's a much more appropriate place for it. And in a sense, all an item should have is a pointer to its iterator instead of having these fields immediately inside of it, which also would solve the problem with length. Oh man. More refactorings. More refactorings. Fuck. Hmm. This is more refactoring work that I need to do. That's pain, man. That's so much pain. I don't want to do it all at once, though. God damn it. This will require me to change a bunch of things, I think. Actually, not really, because these are like concrete things that are... They individually don't need to do anything. Yeah, individually they need to do nothing. Fuck it. Struct it is. Let's fucking go. So we switch self, we switch self dot impl. Switch self dot impl. Yeah. Each element knows its iterator, so it doesn't even have len. Because len should be stored in here, I think. No, len is this guy. Yeah, len is this guy. Man, yeah, things finally are starting to make sense. Exactly. God fucking damn it. God fucking damn it, exactly. So these all make sense now, except that a few things need to change. So you can't dot on this guy. On iter elem, you don't have any of these things. You certainly can dot. Iter element should also have a built-in with len, maybe? Iter element for now only has up. We need a len built-in also. But we need an actual implementation of call. Okay. Turns out that these things don't even need to be underscored. God damn it. So these are all well and good. Let me copy an implementation of call. Yeah, so that should work because the iterator element has a underscore. It's a pointer to an iterator. Constant pointer, probably. We want to be able to modify it. That allows us to call len on it, plus access these two things. Perfect. So these all works. Now what about up? Up is an iter element built in. That is correct because you call up on the iterator element, and this calls template loop up. But instead of passing these two things, I think we should be passing just the iterator instance. Hmm. So somehow we have access to template in here. Where do we get access to template? Oh, it gets passed in when we instantiate this thing. Okay. Well, this should work then now. Okay, let's... Okay, bring the compile errors. Now field name alt it instruct value iterator. Oh, yes. Oof. Turning a slice of alternatives into a value makes it into an iterator. Yeah, but what about app and company? Can I comment this stuff out? Will it work? There was a missing underscore? Oh, okay. I guess we'll find it. Oh no, we totally do need it to implement value.from for a slice of alternatives. The problem is that we can't really do .from, can we? I'm starting to see the problem of trying to put those values in the iterator itself, because the problem is that the iterator itself, well, the iterator element isn't originally created by us in the template. We do drive the iteration from the outside, but we don't drive the creation of these things. So we don't have a value to put there. I guess we could leave them to undefined. Iterator doesn't have underscore impl. Yep, there is no underscore. In here, no field name string it in iterator. Yeah, so we're seeing the same problem slightly down below or something. To do. Translation IT. Just give me the line 179. Oh no, this is in page.zig. Oh. So yeah, when we initially return this thing, we cannot set those values. We have to trust the outside to set them for us. That's fine. Page 179. Oh fuck. Struct content iterator has not member name built-ins. Context value iterator. Yes. Oh, nice. Wait, why is it not this? What is happening? Why are we expecting it to be built-ins? Switch tag. Why are we not entering this case? Well, that said, to be honest, these should totally be normal built-ins inside this guy. So this should be its built-ins. Yeah. But then what about iter? I guess, oh, the point it was not iterator element. Iterator element was fine. The point is that iterator previously was not a struct, so it didn't have built-ins by default. But now that I made it a struct, it needs to specify explicitly that it doesn't have built-ins. Unless we want to give it built-ins. Because that's also actually a legitimate thing to do. We could give it len. Let's give it len. Oh, you know what? We could actually give it up. We could give up and len to it. No, let's not give it anything. That's complicated. No name underscore up TPL in super HTML source root. That is in lookup function. Did I not change this? I feel like I'm having deja vus. Did I by mistake change like a cache version of this or what? Yes. So now we're in loop. We create a new loop iterator. We set these guys in the loop iterator. Figure what are we doing? What we are doing is working on the code for a interpreter. Oh, so making this var is not a thing anymore? Oh yeah, making this var is not a thing anymore. Const. I have a static site generator. I have my own templating language. You mean AST and stuff? Yes, ASTs are involved. And now we have to decide what to do down here as well. And the answer is we can just call next on it, and then that's it. Okay, so we're finally circling back to simplifying the code that we had in the beginning. Let's see. And I think that the errors that we're getting are actually good. Yes, the errors that we're getting are exactly the type of errors that I would expect, because now inline loop is not a thing anymore. Oh, so now indexMD also succeeded? Holy shit. Only the XML one failed. We solved this, which basically entails pretty much in replacing the inline loop with the new way of doing things. And we're golden. Will you be using it for runtime or build step transpiler? It's a static site generator. So the second one, you write a HTML template, you have markdown files. Markdown files each markdown file becomes a different page, gets rendered and templated using your templates. So it's not a runtime thing. No JavaScript involved. Let's go fix our RSS template and let's see what happens afterward. So we don't have inline loop anymore, but we do have context. Which this is our first time trying out context. Oh, you know what I haven't done? I haven't implemented looping on context though. What about block structures? I don't know. What's a block structure? Script result type mismatch. Trying to access nil value. Oh, interesting. We're having different issues now? No. That's right. No. That's correct. The issue that we're having is that we now do the CTX thing, but the CTX doesn't set up looping. So CTX isn't looping as it should. Let's go implement looping for CTX. It's going to be a bunch of redundant work compared to what we did for normal elements, but well, such is life. Yeah, it's really kind of annoying that everything is pretty much the same twice. But I mean, what can you do? What can you do? So the current code loops over every item, tries to put the thing in a thing, complains it's found existing, sets the thing. The problem is that basically this is what you want to do if it's not a special attribute. So what you see there is the body of this special author stuff. So let's copy the entirety of special author. And let's put it there and swap out the body. So we try to grab a special, we try to see if the name is a special attribute. If it is not a special attribute, then it means that it's something that needs to go in the context map. Divs, etc. for wrapping around use shape context in horizontal like flex and grid. What is this language? I'm templating HTML. So you write normal HTML and flex, grid, and all that stuff. It's the stuff that you get from HTML. But then you can have extra logic in that change the HTML. Go to zine-ssg.io. It's in the stream title. And read the documentation, and you can get an idea of how that works. And if you mean like, what is this language, as in what is this stuff in here? That's the templating language. That's my templating language. Okay, so this is what if it's not a special attribute, and we have it all figured out pretty much. The one I'm coding with, it's Zig. And now we have everything else. Okay, this is gonna be this needs to be merged. Let's see if the rest of the stuff makes sense. Actually, we're less indented. Expected comma after prong. Oh no. That's the problem. Okay. So we look at the value. Actually, in a context thing, the value is always present. So this could be even done before. Is there anything to gain for us doing that? Yes. So we don't have to do this twice. So let's put expert in here. This becomes expert.span. Now, this moves print cursor to access span end. Yeah, we don't care about managing the print cursor in this context. We find an if. We evaluate the if. If the if is unreachable, we do care about this management though. Let's copy this. So where do we normally would like to end our printing? We normally would like to end, well, where would we like the print cursor to be at the end? In our case, the print cursor at the end should be, by default, at the end of the open tag. Yes, that's our default position for sure. If there is a Boolean and it is... if it's a Boolean and the Boolean is false, we want to skip everything. So it's we go to close, but end in this case, because we don't even print the end tag for context nodes. So this goes there. If there's a value, great, we append the if stack. Otherwise, end. Cursor, question mark there, exit. Yes. Loop iterator. Yes. Great. There is no next. It's an empty loop. So close end. Otherwise, we set this. Now, what about ending, finishing? Finishing means definitely doing this. So we print up to the start of the current element. Yes. And then we move the print cursor past the end of the open tag, or if it was a bad if or an empty loop, past the end of everything. And then we do next. Let's reason about this stuff again. If there's an empty loop or if there's a bad if, we are moving to the exit of the current node. And then we call next. The problem is that if we do that, we don't want to call next. These things are actually mutually exclusive. Oh man, this is a bug also in the other one. These things are actually mutually exclusive. If we, because we do want to go through the node exit phase for our thing, for sure. Well, actually, no. Do we? No, we totally do. We absolutely totally do. Because that's where we delete the context. Ooh, also we don't want to move the print cursor past close start, because otherwise this is going to be an error. Oh, freak. Okay, we set this to null. And what we do is, if it is set to something, then we use it. Hmm. Yeah, so cursor override by default is not active. If it is, then we override it and we set the direction to be exit. Perfect. Technically, we don't even need to do this. We can put it here. Yeah. Yeah, that's how it has to be. If we're overriding the cursor, then we move it to the exit of the current node, but then we do want to actually execute that, so we don't want to call next in that case. So we should have implemented everything in here, I think. Skip CTX. Up to LM. Print cursor. Up until open.start. If there was something before the CTX, you print it. And then either we get to the end of this, or we get to the end basically of the big node. And then in exit, we apply the side effects that we need to apply. We expect to be at worst at LM close start, which is where we go in here. I guess this could be very well like skip a body, basically. Because even this position is not really, doesn't need to be parameterized. It's always going to be lm dot close dot start. It's just a skip body. Yeah. So we set skip body to true. And then that's going to be the same thing also on the other side. So write the closing thing. If skip body, if not skip body, then we go to lm open end. If yes, skip body, we go to lm close start. And we want to exit the current node. Delicious. Now let's fix usage of skip body. Incompatible type, special utter, and void. Missing a continue. We built. we, uh, we almost built. So we built a bunch of expressions evaluated correctly. My blog is completely gone. My RSS feed also has one element in it. And that's all? I guess better than nothing. At least here there is something. Here there is nothing. Now, let's take a look at the source code because just to see if the HTML is correct or terribly like mangled. But all these things evaluated nicely. This evaluated nicely. Wait a second. I do have all of this stuff. Blog, and then there's a bunch of divs. href, blog improving your ZLS experience. Oh, the problem is var. Var is not a thing anymore. So we gotta change that. Span class post by line. Oh, but that one also has var in it. Okay. So let's that's basically the scripting that is not working. But because I'm using obsolete tags myself and and guess what? We also need to implement these things in the code itself. So we have if and loop, but we also need var. Now, can CTX have var? Let's allow CTX to have var. So we need to implement var for both, basically. Now, here's my question then. Is there actually any difference between what happens in CTX versus what happens in the other one for all these other stuff? I don't think there is. I think we're doing everything one-to-one, exactly one-to-one. What would a var in CTX mean? Basically that you're printing, it's kind of like, imagine it as an inline var. So you're printing the contents of a variable, but then the outer element disappears. So yeah, I'm thinking that like this stuff is exactly the fucking same. The difference is like in a while loop, CTX is not really managing the print cursor as things move forward. Here we do care more about the print cursor, but it's a thing that we do at the beginning. Like what's in the switch? I guess like the switch basically is something that we could abstract it as a function. And it could return if you want to skip the body or not. Huh. Well, in any case, for now, text. Eval var. Now this is interesting. If there is a var attribute, we kind of need to save what we want to print for after we're done printing the other attributes. We have to save it for later. Oh, it could also be an int. Let's just implement text for now. Okay, so this is text. Wait, what did I call it? Oh shit. Yeah, it's too deep. Yeah. Oh, right. It's a value. Okay, now we're still working, but obviously I haven't changed anything in my website, so it still is as it was before. Let's do now the thing where we change var to what it should be. So index. Change var to text. Oh, what do we have here now? Let's look at the source code just to see that it kind of makes sense. Yeah, it does make sense. Yep. Yep. Attributes look good. So we're printing it nicely. Let's go to base. Var. Let's go to page. No, in my case, it's post. So about these things. So page should be text. That's fine. Although, do I ever use something that isn't plain text? No, I don't. So that's fine. Date is fine. Word count is fine. Author is fine. Co-author is also fine as text, I think. Page description should be HTML. And page content should be HTML, of course. We haven't implemented HTML yet, though. And we need to do that next. Yeah, the blog post is still a little bit busted. Let's make blog posts work. So I guess the main point is that if you're using text, should we make this like just an optional value? I think we should. I think we should. We need to somehow write down if it's text or HTML. I guess this could make this. We could make it this. It's a union that defaults to none. And then whenever we set it to something in here, for example, here we would do this. We would say, and let's call this text HTML maybe out. So we say out is not text. Wait. There you go. So this sets out to text. HTML sets out, it's the same thing, just sets out HTML to whatever it needs to be. Okay, perfect. Now when we go to print this stuff out, when switching, we need to switch twice. Capture shadows declaration of HTML. God damn it. So if it's HTML and it's a string, we print it verbatim. If it's an integer, we print it verbatim. If it's a text and it's an integer, we don't write all the thing, but we print it. And the argument that we pass in is, do we have HTML escape stuff here? This is super HTML. Does it have HTML escaping facilities? I think we don't. And we definitely need those. Does Zine has them somehow? Yeah, somehow it's in here. Well, I guess we copy it. I think we should take it though. HTML safe, but we use HTML safe in here in a bunch of places. Well, yeah, for sure. Of course. But these should come from Super HTML. Dots to spaces. Why am I turning dots to spaces? Oh, that's probably a syntax thing from focus control, flow control. Yeah, but an HTML safe thing should definitely be. This is in the purview of Super HTML for sure. There we go. We grab it from Super HTML. Super HTML root has this. Okay, so thanks to that, we have root in here, and we can do root. Perfect. And now we're actually fulfilling our promise of being HTML safe. HTML safe is not marked pub. God damn it. What? What do you mean it's not marked pub? It fucking is. Oh, I was because now I'm grabbing it from somewhere else. So render.html also cares about this stuff. Understandably. But now this comes from Super HTML. Expected optional type found. Bunch of garbage. Yeah. Fair. Ooh, also we want to do out only if we're not skipping the body, right? What happens? What does it mean to me to mix an if and a var? What does it mean to mix an if and a var? I think it means that the var should evaluate correctly no matter what, but the if decides also if this stuff should be printed or not. So we only do this if we are not skipping the body. And now we have the body. But here we're missing stuff. Okay, let's take a look at what's in... yeah, we have 2 more vars. Text. Text. Oh, come on. You're not reloading? Oh, you are. There you go. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. Everything works. That's awesome. So we have a new node. Oh, wait, let's take a look at how things are doing in the RSS feed. Things are not great in the RSS feed. Somehow something is not kicking in as it should. I think that the code in... Oh, you know what? We haven't set up the looping code in the exit case from CTX. So exit has, for the main case, has all this code that deals with looping. And CTX has none of it. This is CTX. And yeah, exit doesn't do much. Exit does the side effects. Now let me think. What does it mean to loop in a CTX? It means that those things get evaluated once. They don't get evaluated more than once. So here we don't reset shit. So this is all stuff that should happen in the case that we are not doing the looping. So we ask ourselves if we're looping. If we are looping, we do the work to move forward. And otherwise, We unwind this stuff, skip to the end. Okay. There you go. Beautiful. The RSS is back in business. Honestly, that's great. Yeah, that's how it should be. Can I do like view source? I mean, this should be the source already, but oh no, it's not. It was like a render view. But yeah, these all look nice. Nice. So I believe we have fully restored what we had before. That is delicious. That is truly delicious. Did it turn those into text or HTML in my XML template? No, wait a second. These are still bars. How? How? This is not okay. What is going on here, man? I think I'm getting scammed. Yeah, I'm getting scammed because I'm looking at this thing. It says var, and then I'm not like batting an eye. It's, well, I guess it's kind of okay. It's just not correct. So these should be text. Actually, yeah, I think they should all be text. So show me now. There we go. That's how it should be. God fucking damn it. Okay. Okay. So with this, my website is correctly updated to latest and greatest Zine. I guess the next move from this is to rethink how we are rendering the download page on ziglang.org to see if we can make it render nicer with the new syntax at our disposal. And yeah, we totally can. We can definitely make it so much better than it was before. Okay. How do we do? What do we do next? I feel like I'm getting a little bit tired of working. Maybe a break wouldn't be bad. Maybe I could think about lunch since it's lunchtime. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna stop the stream now. I'm gonna take a break, relax a little bit, and maybe go back at it in the afternoon, or maybe do that on Discord. I don't know. We'll see. In any case, we're making a ton of progress, and yeah, nice. So let me see if anybody from the Zig community is streaming. If they are, I'm gonna raid them. Oh, you know what? If Togglebeat is live, I'm gonna raid Toggle. I never raid Toggle because he always streams while I'm like sleeping. And of course, he's not live. God damn it! The one time I had a chance to actually raid him back. Oh well. Well, everybody. I hope you had fun watching me do this kind of involved refactoring work, but overall it was a very smooth experience. This way of organizing the code is really paying off. So I hope you have fun, and I'll see you all next time. Bye bye, or later today, or whatever.